Let me just do something right quick before I forget. Infilia would have you assist Alphanaud in his new station as commander of the Crystal Braves. What the hell is this? I think I'll take the money, to be honest with you. Try as I might, I cannot shake the creeping sense of a dark foreboding. But it avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. Primals have been relatively quiet of late. The beast tribes who summon them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Asians, Urianger has wholly dedicated... Oh wait, it's pronounced... Sorry, I have to pronounce it like I'm French. Urianger is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you already knew. Let us speak then of more current matters, in particular the state of the Crystal Braves. Alphanaud did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault, and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when that help comes from you. Alphanaud has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he could not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him, and support him in whatever manner you're able. Wow, from invoices to petitions, it's a war, Teha. That desk is my front line, and I fear I have been overrun. I know that feeling. Many of my countrymen were skilled with bow or blade. I have made it my mission to rally those with such talents to the Braves' cause. I only hope we can be of some small assistance. Condemn refugees to death? Wait a minute, that's not right. In which event we must guide them to Little Alamigo, else we condemn them to certain death. Ida, what did I just tell you? Dispatch the first unit to Ul'dah. The second and fourth are to stand by for further orders. If Higiri and our more skilled culinarians work closely together, I dare say they could create extraordinary dishes sure to satisfy Eorzean and Doman alike. Yes, 'twould be foolish to sacrifice nutrition for flavor. In traditional Doman cuisine, we strive for perfect balance, not only of flavor and texture, but also of nutrition. For a meal to be truly satisfying, it must nourish the body as well as delight the senses. My man, what are you doing? A dazzling floral arrangement, each blossom of peerless beauty in her own right. Ah, the blessing and the burden of an overactive imagination. What? Those Azure uniforms are really rather striking, but I think I shall remain a scion for the nonce. These walls have become my home, and the scions my family. Look forward, never back. Devote yourself only to the present. This is what I've learned from the Domans. Where have those younglings disappeared to? Making the most of their newfound freedom, no doubt. What is it, Teha? And to be concise. And do be concise, I'm rather busy. You will lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labor. Though we are but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services, and we are hard-pressed to answer all petitions, but I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I've entrusted its resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilberg. Tell him that I sent you, and we will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance, Teha.
Hail to you, sire. How might we serve you? Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Reborn of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you.
Oh, look who it is. It's an entire troop of them. it's it's crazy because I have that dance now. It's like, welcome to Uda. It's silly here. Not as silly as oh, this is samurai stuff. Never mind. Not as silly as Lim Salominsa, but silly enough. Alright, Roban. Cough it up.
Well, well. What brings you here, my friend?
He is here at my behest. Greetings, Reborn. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you! The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye. We've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
There goes Thal's balls acting up again.
Bah, spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Hilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
Suddenly serious.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, Let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland.
Nodders, nodders.
Flame General, you wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Reborn's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
Right. I don't know what it is about the voice acting in the past few patches that I've been getting in on. Somehow echoes and like memories of Metal Gear Solid voiceovers have been creeping up. It might be nothing. I actually haven't checked if... God, what's his name? The guy that wouldn't let the Domans in Ul'dah initially. The, one of the Monetaris, I guess. He was very much reminiscent in tone to Liquid Snake. And this guy here reminds me of... at least the Metal Gear Solid 1 of Master. So... Man, these actually look good. Hang on a second. Pardon the bulge, but I need to get close up on this. I might, you know what? I'm gonna take these. I like the way these look. And they're Lancer. Which I have not even started on this tune. I've done a lot of it on my alt, but what I end up choosing as like a doe, or not a doe or a doll, but a something else. Not obviously not a tank spec, because I've already got that down pat. But I don't know. Maybe I'll do a Lancer on this main at some point. Maybe I'll do Archer. Magical range. Yeah, I'll tell you what it might end up being. And I might need to look up for these four which one give me White Mage. Cuz I know that's the thing. But at some point it's either going to be Lancer, Archer, or whichever gives me White Mage. Unless you know what? Never mind, because White Mage might actually be healer, and I'm not really big on healing. Anyways, I take those. Our hunt for the Ivy begins in earnest, Scion. Suffice it to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stones and report to Commander Levelier. Oh, back here. What are you guys up to? It's the same dialogue. We'll return from Udal, Commander. Not a moment too soon. Something's happened. Trouble? You will recall that the 4th was tasked with reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by the Ivy's minion and his Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. Gods damn it. According to the report, one of ours was taken captive. The Garleans are not wont to treat their foemen with dignity, and I have great fears for their safety. We must dispatch a rescue party at once, recall those braves who are afield. Begging your pardons, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask for your aid once more, Scion. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Garleans with more captives. Yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are our best chance we have. Captain Ilberd has the right of it. I trust you are willing, but of course you are. Sure. Now, Eliane of the 4th lies in wait in the tangle near the entrance to Castrum Sentry. Seek her out, and she will praise you of the situation. Alright. Apparently they're right here. Hang in there, Resh. We'll free you yet. You would aid us in the rescue mission? We're in your debt, Warrior of Light. Now time is against us, so allow me to brief you on the situation. That frog's getting at him. Garleans fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Resh and hauling her away to the castrum yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Garleans may be interrogating Resh or worse. With her hurts, I fear that she will not long survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is strong as mithril. None of us will stand by while our comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the 4th, will infiltrate Castrum Sentry. Please help us find Resh before it's too late. Yeah, sure. Why not? Where's she be? Oh, crap. You know what? Bear with me. It's a dumb distraction, but I gotta see to it. I thought I finished challenging this dude a while back. Oh, there's one left. Yeah, I was like, is it Ascension? It is. Got a full stack for you. No, we got that card already. Alright. It's gonna be interesting because the kinds of cards he has are the same kinds of cards I have, so we're gonna be boosting each other up pretty quickly. I should have put that card up there in the corner. And like, I would put different kinds of cards for Ascension, but I don't have a 5 set that's as good as this set. I'll play a few more before we move on. That's weird. An ace that's +1 would be an 11, but a 9 that's +1 would be an ace, right? Or is it because we're the same types of cards between each other, I've upgraded them to an ace before the challenge happens, so to speak? And that's why it's not taking? So 4 or 9 would be 13. 4 or 7 would be 11. So this is easy. And it doesn't happen. Wait, so 5. It was 13 before. I don't get it. That's a weird one for me. I'm not understanding that. change it up a little bit. This might be like the worst deck to be going up against him. Oh well. Alright, one more. Huh. Yeah, I'll do this some other time. Maybe that's why I didn't get all the cards, because it was just being too difficult. Ugh, where am I? Resh, thank the gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now to quit this accursed place. Resh cannot move with those wounds. She will need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Guardians will not be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the cast room, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safely outside these walls. Works and literally just stabbed that poor guy. Where else? Oh, is that it then? Because it now just says speak to alien. Which is nowhere near here. Okay. I've awaited your return most anxiously, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Resh is safe, and we suffered no further casualties. Words cannot well express my gratitude. All that's left to report the mission's success to Commander Levelier. I shall go on ahead to the Rising Stones. Ah, it does me well to see you thus returned, though I doubt not your prowess. Entering an enemy's stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture, and I must confess to having been a trifle anxious. But there you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission as you want. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to their expert ministrations, the danger is past. You have my gratitude, Teha. Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Resh owes you her life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, I will see to it that the men keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, Teha, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I'm afraid there is no rest for the wary. I require you to accompany me to Coerthas. I've been granted an audience with the Ishgardian dignitary, you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you're ready. What was the one that I liked? Wasn't that one? Yeah, it was that one. Yep. Alright, let me organize a little bit. The hell? Oh yeah, okay. Thank God I can organize anything at all, because otherwise it'd be just such a mess. The hell is this? For who? Knock breaches for paladins? You gotta be you gotta be freaking kidding me. What is this? It's pants that's just a underskirt. You're like, you run out of cloth for this bit in the middle, but you're like, we gotta cover the legs and the waist. For gladiators and paladins, right? I don't know about that. This is for Lancer. Okay. At least that I can see. That is for... I can only assume ROG means monk. I mean, ROG means rogue, MNK means monk. NIN means ninja. I don't know what the other two mean. But I think I'm just gonna take the money for this one. We've been blessed with a rare opportunity, Teha, an audience with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat with Sir Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights in Camp Dragonhead. It is considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. We would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Aymeric wishes to meet the man behind the legend, I will not deny him the pleasure of your company. The antecedent should see the wisdom of this plan when you request her permission to accompany me to Coerthas. Mayhap you feel this to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to nobler use. If so, I should remind you that more good can be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than the thrust of a sword. Is that like a is that like a reminder and dig at any player that finds this questline so far pretty boring? Like, the last instance we did within the MSQ was Ramu, I think, right? I think it was Ramu. I'm expecting something else coming up soon, but I don't know how soon. Wow, from the war. Yeah, okay. Still panicking about the same thing. Meeting with an Ishgardian ambassador. By all means, I think a wonderful idea. We have received no reports of etheric disturbances or unusual beast tribe activity of late. If Alphanod believes your presence may help him to secure more favorable terms, I see no reason to deny him. Oh? Antecedent, I take it Teja has explained the situation? He has. Yet welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? With that I knew, the question of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know no more than is generally known. Notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Abalathia's spine, ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzean Alliance, formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdrew from the Alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Since which time, their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. No shit. The amount of times I've visited the Foundation gates to try to get in, and it's like, nah, you haven't finished this part of the quest line, whatever it's called. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Cartno, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. So this is an issue since before the calamity. I've tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the Alliance at every opportunity. I've explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so, rather than the lowly messengers we have been fobbed off with in the past. This time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I'm not so naive as to think that they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead, Teja. Our old friend Lord Harchfifant is expecting us. Oh, the over-dramatic elf that we were hanging out with a little while ago. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further ingratiated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Nodders. Oh boy. If this is gonna lead us to eventually getting that gate open, I'm all for it. I want to know what's on the other side. I stand at your table, sir. Ah, Teha, ever a welcome sight. Our hearths have been stoked to blazing in preparation for your arrival. It would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold climes. Ah, good Master Alphinaud. An honor as always. Likewise, Lord Hartshifant. Forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense. Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Four-Temps may even seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at least willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snow Cloak helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is of grave concern to us all. But to the matter at hand, Sir Aymeric arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I'm told he's eager to meet with you at your first convenience. You're doubtless weary from your journey and desirous to rest a while by the warmth of our hearth. But if you're willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the intercessory. He will grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees. As inviting as your hearth sounds, I think it best we would proceed to the intercessory forthwith. I agree. God damn, it's so bright out. I like how the lighting in the game adjusts when you step out of a house or a room into daylight. I'm not sure if that's base game graphic capability or if it's you know, G-Shade doing all that. I don't know, actually. Been expecting you, sir. Pray take your ease inside, and I shall summon the others. Yes, thank you very much.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphinaud Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Aymeric. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the Primal Menace. The Beast Tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Forton has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not, for I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
That's the server we're on. He said
The
the
fallen
thing.
guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this? The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked.
It's always a freaking caravan or buckling wheeled vehicle or a fucking camel that tripped or a box that went missing or someone that needs to run out of their breath to say someone was kidnapped or fucking anything. What is it? Just make planes or portable teleporters or something to get rid of this issue.
It was Iceheart, my lord.
These poor soldiers need to stop running, panicking out of their minds because something went wrong with a car.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
Iceheart, eh? I feel like I know who that should be. I still can't believe that's for gladiators and paladins. Okay. That looks alright. Just when we were starting to make progress. And to make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Revenant's Toll of all places. Honestly, were I so inclined, I should think the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak with Lord Horchefant and find out what he has learned. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends, but the situation is that we must act swiftly. If you would be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through Boulder Downs. 'Twas an ambush swift and ruthless. In an instant every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. To be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge of to which only a select few are privy, I presume. Quite. We can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. Trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly. As Lord Horchefant said, lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths, Teha. Boy, do I. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. Man, I didn't realize they actually had a I was gonna say teleporter. Telescope. That took a hot minute for me to find the name. Can I, you know what? Morbid curiosity. Can I actually go on top of that building? Oh, somebody's already done it. Oh, it seems like I can just... If I went from the entrance of the building all the way up here, just running it. Wait. They're like floating there, kind of? What are those, like weather balloons? Weird. Move along, adventure. There's nothing for... Eh? Lord Hartrepunt bid you speak to us. Then you must be... Beg your pardon, Scion. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind. Tipped the wagon for good measure, even. The whole thing's a bit odd, if you ask me. It would've been easier to just steal it, though a damn sight harder to conceal it, I'll allow. Reckon they became prepared, probably with wagons of their own hidden away off. But pay no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof, 'tis not but speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care at the observatorium could tell you something more factual. That is, if he is awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack. Not that his presence amounted to much. Where you putting all this? In your pocket? I love that mount. I love how rigid and toy-like that minion is. Oops. I didn't realize that door could actually open. I was just checking something. You're awake. You've come to ask about the attack, haven't you? We came upon them before the entrance to all of the 7 echoes. Pilgrims, we mark them as. Lost and ill-equipped for a journey further north. Our leader called out to them, and one stepped forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought. Some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same, else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek, and then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I didn't know what had happened till I saw the snow turn red. Then there was red everywhere I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head, and by the time I came to, the others were dead and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I couldn't... I mean, they'd have killed me, so I just lay still and listened. Iceheart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and they spoke of Shiva. God, am I gonna have to fight Shiva at some point? I mean, it would make sense. It's like, that's one of the main summons in Final Fantasy lore that's I've yet to fight. So. No, I mean, based on the primals I've fought, it's absolutely possible. Ah, you've returned. What news have you for us? It seems the Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who is this Shiva the heretic spoke of? Have you not read a single line of the Enchiridion Master Alphinaud? Shiva was a traitor to kith and kin, an apostate who lay down with dragons. You, what? Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scriptures so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saints of heretics. Wait, you say she's their patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. Lord Harchefant, what was the caravan's cargo? If I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva. As a beast tribe with a primal, why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Harchefant, you would agree that discretion is of paramount concern. Of course. I trust we can count on your continued support, Master Alphinaud. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is a given. I almost said Dawn like a Brooklyn. Seventh Dawn. I will need to send word to my brethren in Revenant's Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of this summoning. Well, guess what? I can, based on history, I can guarantee you that prevention will fail. I'll have to scrounge up some people, and we're gonna have to kill her. Naturally, that includes you, though I'm sure you would not miss this for the world. Depends on how hard the fight is. that depends. Look at Warkson just being like, I am the geography now. I am the map. That doesn't look too bad, actually. I like that. I like that a bit better. I guess I should expect some of this stuff as rewards are also available to buy somewhere. Maybe. Because I do remember, like, way back in the beginning of the game, there were certain, like, unsellable and untradeable, unique binding pieces of gear that you straight up could not sell, even to a vendor. And then, months later, I find a vendor in Ul'dah that sells those very unique items. I think it was a pair of pants and an Ul'dah ring. And the earrings you use in the beginning that you wear in order to go to some high-class party with the Sultanate and all that. Which really, it had no other use, had no stats. It was just earrings that were kind of sort of blue-pinkish. And, you know, therefore it's unique in that sense. But I found a vendor that was actually selling it amongst a few other things that were unique that early in the game. So I wonder if quest rewards can be bought later on. I think I'm gonna take the Astrums. The persistent attacks on our caravan seemed little more than a nuisance at first. Heretics were a problem, to be sure, but a relatively minor one. It was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After apprising Minfilia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Teha, pray join me in White Brim front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Durandier have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It's my hope that they have information which may help us determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Drillmont should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there then. Good. It's not like I have a fucking choice anyways. Come on, Workson. Get off that map and let's mosey. One day. One day. It's gonna happen. Bonk. It's something I still have to get used to from WoW gameplay, where you cannot fall down a bottomless pit in the world. You can fall from the highest ceiling that they allow you all the way down to a surface, and at worst you get to 1 health, but you can't die from fall damage. Even the fact that there is a ceiling at all, like there is a ceiling in WoW, but it's a ceiling that does not exist for textures and landmasses that you see. In fact, I cannot think of a single landmass, whether it be a high mountain or just a floating thing in the sky that you can land on, that you can't actually reach towards. That's one thing that I would find more negative and disappointing than anything else, because it's there. Like, why of course you would want to be on the highest part of the mountain, even if there's nothing to do there. But that is very much just the explorer and me talking. Scions of the Seventh Dawns which wish to join in the hunt for Iceheart. Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We're all ears, Lord Drillmont. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, that self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirms our suspicions. I've heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to White Brim front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. It would be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Emmerich. And so it begins, my friend, though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration. Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Mayhap Lord Drillmont has one in mind. Maybe. Yes, yes, excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there's aught else you would have us do, pray speak, and it shall be done. Seems as though we're always one step behind. Our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to having certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it would yet yield the self-same result. Fortunately, we're not without our other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Golimle. We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts. As has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent a similar breach of security in future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in Whitebrim Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, he will have taken note of the movements to the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. Man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Jean Tremont in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere, simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans. The suspected heretic leaves through the southwest gate. Gotta be discreet about it. What if I just went up to him and talked with him? Would the quest fail and I have to start over? Follows the road east. There he is. Head south. You know, it's funny. I may have already fought that dude, but I think the reason why the music was like that, from experience, was because that guy felt like a world boss in every way. Actually, I remember dying twice to him, and you know, I wasn't in a party or in a group or anything, but there were a lot of players there trying to kill him. So soloing him would not be recommended, I think. Hey, hey! Where in the seven hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off here. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know? Your sole duty is to the... Bloody echo. Lower your voice, or they'll hear us in Whitebrim front. There's an echo. Yes, yes, of course. Temple Knights are mumble mumble in snow cloak. This is what you bring me? We already knew about mumble mumble. Our comrades in Boulder Downs will use the tunnels mumble mumble, dead, before they know what's happening. Nevertheless, mumble mumble if you waste my time again. Is that clear, Kupo? Man, whoever Mumble is in trouble. Well, did your investigation bear fruit? I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Would that you could have heard their words more clearly. Yet the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operation, and confident they can thwart it. Their comrades in Boulder Downs are key to their plans. Which means it is key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. We've long suspected that the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you've overheard, I fear that Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways, that the heretics in Boulder Downs are planning to use them to make our forces unawares. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. The contingent of House Durendare knights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemy's numbers and readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray rendezvous with them at Boulder Downs. If Halon is kind, we may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy, Teja. The lives of our allies are at stake. Oh, they actually fighting him then. At least trying to. Like, those AoE attacks can completely destroy you. If it looked like there were more people, honestly, and, you know, if it didn't take forever to kill him even with like 8 people, I'd join, but I'm busy trying to save the world right now. There's a legit blizzard happening. Like, when it's past midnight and it's foggy or rainy or, you know, a blizzard's happening, barely see anything at all. Like Silent Hill 2 fog. When I sent no word of your coming, Teja, what has happened? What is that in your hand? By the Fury, those were veterans with years of service. Now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered and... No, we have not the men to spare. Not now. not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics you dispatch were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager they're on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable of the guardsmen's watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before they aroused our suspicions. Would that we had caught him sooner. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with impunity and prepare their ambush. Timetable is not changed, you see. Of course it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Durendare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the stone vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Well, things aren't great right now. Time is of the essence, Teha. While my knights make ready to depart, any heretics may take our allies at Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail them not if they are cut down ere the swords are drawn. But all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Emmerich everything we've discovered. Leave it to me and my many fireballs. A little bit of a blizzard ain't gonna stop them. Sir Emmerich, he's over there. Have words with the man if you must. We shall speak anon. Yo hase. God's bless whoever designed this uniform. I would have frozen to death by now if it weren't for this great coat. Sometimes I forget how small they are. Small little falafels. We're at a disadvantage here. We should linger no longer than necessary. How could any man hope to tunnel through this ice this thick? It would be the work of years. Yeah. Teha, this is a welcome surprise. Perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden. You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. Has Commander Levailor been informed? The Braves must be made aware. It must be here. I'm certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? 'Tis but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it, this is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her and stop this damnable summoning. There she is! Come here, girl. That's a surprise. That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Yida. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Lavelia. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured the entrances to some half-dozen tunnels after spotting the enemy breaking the surface. That's not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Aha! Just as I suspected. Amongst this warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Summon the others. We're going in. A moment, Alphinaud. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we enter the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more of a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. Ahem. A change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Emmerich and keep the heretics at bay here, you will go wherever that tunnel leads. If you find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you are prepared for anything. I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many, or Papalmo will sulk. Just send your best falafels into the tunnels, and you can like fit 5 of them next to each other. Entrance to the tunnel, sir? It's just over here. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we would never have noticed this. Per Sir Emmerich's orders, we will stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. Alright. Guess we're doing Snowcloak now. Where did Papalmo? Where'd they go? Okay, give me a second. Alright. Let's do it. The hell? That was instant. That must have been like... people were looking to do Snowcloak, apparently. Alright. This is the first dungeon on this tune that I've done in a long while. So... Oh my god. I expected that gauntlet part, the little arena a minute ago, to be a bit more difficult. Completely forgot about Lunar Cry and how we have to hide behind the icicles until the last bit. But we got it done.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light.
Or
Yes, I know who.
whoops.
I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart.
Yeah. I know who you is.
This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost. In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
Interesting. Took longer than expected. What news, Teha? I'd like to see you try to speedrun that. First time through. Iceheart is but a pseudonym, not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you've cleared a path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for their fight against the heretics? Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it too. 12 be praised, Teha. We may yet turn this situation to our advantage. Assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Vinfilia and the Urianger have been busy perusing the archives of House Fortemps, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report on the day events, don't. The antecedents should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold. Day she is. Antecedent, you come to us straight from the archives of House Fortemps. I trust your time there proved fruitful. Would that it had. Urianger and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She lay down with a dragon, the gravest of all sins according to Ishgardian faith. Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt that we will find a useful answer in the archives of House Fortemps. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in this case, one wonders if it is by circumstance or design. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Viewed without prejudice, most would agree that bringing an end to an endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Emmerich might take issue with her methods. I do not care if a few stragglers manage to escape. Until the sappers confirm that a tunnel's safe, the men are not to search it. Yes, Lord Commander. You pursue your foes with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Emmerich. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant, you being a man of faith, that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Halon that your ancestors came to this land? Why they took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? There are those who believe that faith is a renunciation of free will, that unquestioning devotion is required of all who would live a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of men. We're all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. I would not presume to speak for the Knights of Eld. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era, and scripture tells us only so much. With that, it told us more. That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait at the negotiating table, to be sure, less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhap he does not truly believe that Iceheart's plan can succeed. Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva was real, a living, breathing woman. Of that there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being good King Mogulmog XII, may his excellence be praised. The myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplications of the Mogul's Guard. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with a mighty nation, who yearn for the resurrection of one who embodies their beliefs. If that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is? Crystals and conviction, Minfilia. They have them both in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required? My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aetheryte Iceheart used to escape. They believe that she teleported to another Aetheryte, somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of this second Aetheryte, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route. Most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let us not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Charlayan may be able to assist us. I pray that you are right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. While Minfilia looks into our Aetheryte problem, I would like to request your assistance with another matter. The 3rd unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly, despite our numbers. Coerthis is vast, and Iceheart's followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge in this region may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for their leader's whereabouts. Also, although it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you, in case you were not aware. Nodders. Good. I knew you would understand. Yuyohase can appraise you of the details. When the task is complete, come and find me at the observatorium. Captain Ilberd and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in this investigation. The Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to their work. Ours is more pressing. What about me? Says that one in the back. Alright. That was a lot of fun. But, you know what? I never noticed the sparkliness of this area. Unless that was... No, that's still happening. Yeah. Still a thing. There you are, Teha. Commander Lavillier instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the 3rd hail from Uda, and for a man accustomed to the feel and sand beneath his boots, the crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand. Nary a moment ago, I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making for Danifin Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin. Might want to dodge that enemy there first. Dolls. Dolls. My ankle's on fire. Wait, maybe I wasn't paying attention. I have to look up when the first reference to Thal's balls existed in the MSQ. Because that's the second time in the past hour and a half that that's been said. Thal's balls, my ankle's on fire. Caught by my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. The others went on ahead through Donovan Pass. Hurry and you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. This snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Alright. Just be thankful it wasn't your balls that were hit. Tracks lead southeast. Right then. Scion, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There was a great scaled beast and... Yuyuhase? I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. Oh, that looks synchronized, that attack. Nice. How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest. And lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in troops of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give the signal and wait. The merchant will be waiting. Be late and be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I will need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. I don't see no damn wounds. Get your ass up. Wrong building, sorry. Sorry, don't mind me. Uh-oh. I am through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those bluecoats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Hello, I am horny. Well, stay with him then, if you think you'll fare any better. Now, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland, sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Well, look who it is. Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk deep. No, I've done no wrong. None but me in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will. We shall have the truth out from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Damn it all. There really was no need for that. You will still get caught. Fancy meeting you here, Teja. I presume your work with the Third Thought brought you hither? I thought that said Hitler for a second there. What a tangled web, lest you wonder what came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Heisthart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Yugira and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Alfinod is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require every very particular set of skills. Cue Liam Neeson's voice. Skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. That's a most generous offer, Lady Yukiri, and one which I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far, and shall always be watching. Comforting thought. Come, Teja. Let's wait inside for Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report. Captain Ilbert seemed confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble and pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. Tendrils of intrigue. There's been an overabundance of intrigue so far. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, I'll take the first one. Noctilorica. Captain Ilbert, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us naught that we did not already know of Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Asgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You will recall the flame we first identified as being in the Ivy's employ. From him we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with our benefactors. thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Fortemps. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. None other. With a little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that's one mystery solved at least. But what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to prizing off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to higher-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider then that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say that the agent is among Roban's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames establishment? 'Tis the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked, and remain above suspicion all these years. I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the three grand companies, Uldaz was ever the more vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limsa, Lominsa, and Gridania had long-standing, armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones mined under the same leadership. Only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Uldaz's military was made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly the ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. Difficulties Roban faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he had convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier than now, aye. The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the Monaturists ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, it was not out of charity that they did so, but simple self-preservation. Had Nail Van Darnas's ambitions been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Roban with an army. 'Tis but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Returning to the present. Even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any one of whom could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest. The third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner to the other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Emmerich, informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully, the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It is time, Commander. He Yes, I am aware. The Emergency Council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany me, Teha. As the realm's stoutest champion, 'tis only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry. Alright. Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart. But until another path to her sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Minfilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such time as they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I shall go on ahead to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Nofika's altar, and we shall make our way to the lowest stand to get together. You know, with all this talking, I might have to make tea before before I stream. Like just tea with nothing but honey and lemon. Just so that my voice doesn't constantly break. Like for some people it comes naturally, but for me, I hardly ever talk in real life to begin with. I'm a combination of social anxiety, shyness, and reserved. So I'm not someone that will talk as much as I do on stream at all. What in the hell is this? It looked like there was a straight up war going off. Unlike Reborn, politics is not my cup of tea. While you and the commander attend the council, I will attend to some business of my own. I think it's a fair statement to say that I'm as suspicious of Ilberd as I am of any of the IV or the heretics. Like this dude literally just dropped from the sky as a major character in this story amongst all the intrigue, so my thanks for coming, Teha. When you're ready, speak with the conjurer yonder. He will show us to the Lotus Stand. Wrong way. The Alliance leaders await you at the Lotus Stand. Will you be joining them now?
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Look at this man. This man's shoulders are as horny as my head. God forbid he should ever get my horns. God. Nice cloak, though. Damn.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Nodders, nodders.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being of one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of a resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them. And the reason for this? Deep-rooted mistrust among the citizenry. The nation's leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little unless to the common folk. Take the Lominsons, for instance. Though Admiral Merwib outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-swilling wooden-legged cutthroats. And likewise, the Gridanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Uldans scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that much sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take that pillar of Uldan society Teleji Adeleji, for example. But that is beside the point. The fact is that people are wary of outsiders whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue that the conflict at Cartano is necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them something resembling warfare, and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing. Let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the Observatorium, Captain Ilbert has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deems most likely candidate is likely to come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end, Teha. All that remains is to corner our quarry. Seek out Ilbert near the Adder's Nest. He will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Coerthus, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending Ivy. Like, this whole inventory mess I'll deal with later. But the, I think this is like the first or second on this tune, as far as rolls for music. Bacon bread sounds really good right now. I'll take that. Chasing Ivy. I think I'll just take money. Listen well. The spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Eileen Raoli, Reborn's second in command. Her. Prior to joining the immortal forces of Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with a polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she's the highest ranked foreigner in the Mortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Reborn chose people based on their worth, whence they hailed was no interest. Monetarists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the alliance. Yet the monetarists did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Royal was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the monetarists? Is any of that true though, honestly? But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest to us is Royal's presence here and now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Reborn attended the Council of Alliance Leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless, on some pretense. She's up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames' records for evidence of Royal's guilt. If we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the docks, every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? I mean, yeah, but you have my thanks. Let us go then, and take care not to alert our quarry. I'm really skeptical of everybody. Like, everybody. It could be her. I mean, what he says, sure, it makes logical sense, but it could be him, for all I know. Royal is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate, with me, Scion. So, Royal has entered the car line canopy, meeting someone perchance. Or could it be she means to board an airship? Pray look for her within. If she's not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there, and she may have seen something. Ephemia is her name. I shall remain here in case Royal reappears. Teha Strife, such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? Ahem, a social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. Haha, bye. That's pretty cool of her. Keeping it chill. Hi. Nowhere to be seen, you say? And you're sure she did not board an airship? She did not come back out either. Where in the seven hells could she have gone? The Roost, how could I forget? Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some moon toy tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor, if you take my meaning. Now's not the time, dude. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace. You're a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. Oh, we got our own spies. Thank the 12 for the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Royale would have disappeared without a trace. Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. I suggest we follow Royale's example and take the ferry from West Shore Pier. You'll doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. I shall wait for you at Sweet Bloom Pier. Alright. Can I see something right quick? Okay. I might actually have to look back, because I'm pretty sure on stream I bought some of this stuff. Right? Yeah, like in fact, that the sword and shield are from this. That kind of vendor. It's rare I even take a boat, so why not, right? May as well. This way, my friends. Your query makes for the Hawthorne Hut. If Royale is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with our Garlean masters there. An explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friends at Garlon Ironworks have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications, and we have instilled them around the city-states. In so doing, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Royale would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with their Imperial contact directly. Yet, as a well-known face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move about Thanalan without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her guise. 'Tis for this reason, I believe, that she has chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elizin are a common sight here, and her comings and goings are not like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell it, the Garleans have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We need only make for Hawthorne's hut and catch Royale in the act. Let's do it. When people report that our quarry has departed for the Brambled Patch, the Ivy returns to Gnarls when she came, but perhaps it's all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Garlean masters? My countrymen and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Alright. Okay. Just beyond, Royale is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer, an imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it, with me. You better be right about this, otherwise she's gonna be pissed that you're accusing her of some nonsense. Flame Marshal Eileen Royale, you are under arrest for treason and espionage. You were followed? You bloody fool. Yeah, she's a ninja, dude. What are you doing? Damnation. Just say damn. I mean, you can say damn. Well. You unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle, but if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in Twelves Wood? Well, last I looked, there was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. You would feign ignorance then. Very well. If you do think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now come quietly or I shall make you wish you had. So she is an Ivy, or part of it. I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. Bullshit, why'd you dress like this then? He's got a shield that I used to have too. You don't deserve that shield. Even a warrior of Royal's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Ul'dah will have the grand company they deserve. But let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now, Teha? Translation, I'm going to bed. So the Scions seek a way to Iceheart's sanctum. Then I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the art of the shinobi? You have the aptitude for it, I believe. So please give it some thought. Till next time, my friend. Oh, look at her. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to do this. Took a third. The second one looked like her eyes closed, but anyways, that is that's without even looking, without even paying attention. Look at her. Wait, that's a knife. The hell? Steady, steady. Not bad, eh? With a little more practice, I could earn a fortune at the Ruby Road exchange. Tataru has grown beyond childish fantasies of becoming a songstress. Now she aspires to be a legendary street performer. And they're just looking at her like, how'd this happen? Wahaha, I could do this all day. All day. I cannot go on much longer. Strength, Ori. On your honor as a scion, I forbid you to surrender. Damn. Well, I guess his legs are gonna die. Yeah, you could blame Cloud Strife for that one. Man made squatting like this a science. Well, glad everyone's having fun at least. I've been running around trying to deal with conspiracy. Welcome back, Teha. I understand that Alphanod had a task for you. May I ask what it was? Charges of treason and espionage against Eileen Royal. I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust to the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I'm pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west. Most likely to a sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva using the crystal she stole from the House Fortem's caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint, but if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it means likely that the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall. But first we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed up in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Aethernet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetheryte to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetheryte upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Urion J, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution, which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise, a colleague of ours who is currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Charlayan. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you are here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I'm certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gates and wait her coming.
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urion J.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Charlian scholar, and an authority on Aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Nodders. Let's return to the Rising Stones at once then, we have much to discuss. Juggling falafel without a care in the world.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Yeah.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Yeah.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits, and nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
I like how he was just like shaking his head like, oh my god, no physical contact, don't do it.
Unhand me.
Oh no, he's me.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me.
She almost picked him up straight up.
I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Damn. Go on. Don't stop now.
Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it then, your missing Aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an Aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate a second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second Aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the Aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, Aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an aetheryte is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
What?
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetheryte. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
I've already informed Alphanut of our plan to recreate the beacon. I said bacon? To recreate the bacon in the manner Moonbreeder described. I'm just hungry. It's fine. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you'll find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you've done on our behalf, Teha, and that I have faith you will return to us as you always have. Don't say stuff like that, like something big's gonna go down in a minute. Oh, is that the big boss guy? The very difficult one? He's almost dead. Let's get into that real quick. Yeah. I don't want Wartson in this because he'll just straight up die. See, that poor Chocobo died right there and then. Nice. I don't know, is that, what is that, a silver for that? That came in late. Forgot to put that orchestration roll in. We're going the right way. Nope. Good to see you, Teha. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his regards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Eileen Royale in Ul'dah even as we speak. Who, if I remember correctly, is one of the immortal flames that was being really shady in Gridania, right? I believe so. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the IV upon your return. I trust that, by which I mean to say, the others are waiting for us at the Aetheryte. After you, Scion. Alright. There, it's ready. Ha, it worked, I think. Try attuning to the Aetheryte now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. Nodders. We've done all we can, Teha. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon that we have created. If by the grace of the 12 you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. Why do I feel like that's not gonna happen? Cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual, and if she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice, and so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Modin Breeda's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Ah, before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Emmerich. Sir Emmerich regrets that he could not be here in person and asks that I read to you this letter. Ahem. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat. Yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Teha's Strife, the warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Halon bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. Alright. Let's see what we got. So, see how we do. Here we go. It sounds like this is going to be a little bit of a tricky fight, but not impossible.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
God damn, the music's good in this. Jeez. That drop when you froze and then the guitars go nuts. I love that.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the keeper of the lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
That would be very interesting if she was of the crystal. Or maybe she is in an indirect way. I don't know.
And so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
My god. I'm like less than 2,000 XP away from 60. Hey, someone else has got it too. Oh, whoops. You're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Dravanians are skilled with glamours after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Fair enough. I was only asking. Wait a minute. It says a new challenge log entry has been added. Obviously, next class job quest. I have like a backlog, I'm sure, that won't even start until I get to Heaven's Sword, maybe, where that notification's popped up at least 5 times between 50 and 60. 4 or 5 times. But yay, I'm 60. years old. Cool. 20 levels left. I mean, really, I'm going slower on the story than I am growing as a character. In some ways. I'm sure there's a lot locked off for me as a character until I progress the story, but... What is this about? The challenge log. Complete and mark off 3 wondrous tales. I have to assume that's a Heaven Sword type deal, and I won't know what the hell that is until way later. Alright. If you ask me, there's not to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. But before that, you had best pay a visit to Whitebrim Front and speak with Alphanode. He probably worries sick about you. That or he's busy playing at politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? No, oh, no reason. See you again soon. Okay, lady. Pretty easy fight. I noticed a few people died here and there, but even though I did well enough as an off tank, it did feel like I was close to getting hit by every single AoE in that X-shaped attack throughout the arena. I definitely remembered to stay still at the end when the ground got slippery. God. There he is, and none the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent further loss of life. An outcome worthy of celebration, and one for which we have Teha to thank. I kind of like his old getup. I forgot his name. Sir Emmerich, yeah. Yes, you're right, of course, Sir Emmerich. We should be content with what we've accomplished. Like, his sword is badass. He's got an aesthetic of purple going on, which I really like. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there is the matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Drillmont, is the caravan ready? The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport, in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that, I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from the House Fortemps caravan. Less the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Ah, on an unrelated note, Teha, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? 'Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I'm told. I'm like, I don't fucking know. I kind of have a guess. The over dramatic elf, what's his face? Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray do not think less of him. I mean, if it's who I think it is, I'm kind of used to him acting up. Less acting up and more just, again, acting like this is some soap opera, even though it's, I would argue it's not really necessary to act that way, but whatever. Just teleport there. Yeah, Harchafont. Of course it is. Excuse me while I stand on your table again. What were you thinking, Teha? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway? And then, engaging the abomination in mortal combat. By the fury, Teha, 'tis the stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages. With that I had seen there to fight by your side. Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a venerable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you're here now, and that's what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Emmerich wished to have words with you and Master Alphinaud in private. He awaits us in the intercessory. Yeah, it was him. Poor guy. I don't like to make anyone worry. Greetings, sir. I shall show you in at once.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Natalan.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
Yes.
That will not be necessary.
No.
We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgardsormr could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's toll were taken by your enemies.
And I'm just like standing there looking at the wall, thinking, did I leave the fridge open at the inn?
Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them.
Yes.
I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Well.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind.
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
It seems we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies ill precedent. It necessitates a complete reappraisal of the primal threat and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Garlean Empire believes that primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then, if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon primals, but her civilized peoples as well. Any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of all Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, Teha. It is better that we continue this conversation and more donuts. Come, Warkson, to the donut factory. I do not fault Sir Emmerich for being less than forthcoming with his beliefs. Not even the Highborn are beyond the reach of the Inquisition. Yikes. True, young leaders can be more amenable to new ideas. Then again, their lack of experience and influence can hinder their ability to enact reforms. I guess. There's a little fortune and far less fame in being a receptionist, but one must be realistic. Also, it would seem I was grossly misinformed regarding the average earnings of a street performer. Yeah, I don't know who told you differently, but yeah. Forgive me, Teha. I thought I had prepared enough meals for everyone, but the others were most hungry. That's fine, I don't eat, I'm a main character. Our stocks of wine have nearly run dry. That Charlayan scholar is drinking us out of house and home. Oh, her. Thancred. Trying to tumble on the table now, are we? Don't give up yet, boy. Yida, line 'em up. What do you two do is your own business. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hey, I just gotta say. Hers, pretty, you're alright. A sip before practice, a sip after practice, and all too often a sip during practice. I do believe Monbrita is having quite the bad influence on you. Calm yourself, Coltonet. It's just a little sip after practice. Clears out the cobwebs no end. Love it. Moonbreeder being a bad or good influence depending on what you think.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog XII was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think.
Yeah, that's the crystal saying.
Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgard-Zoma. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. Do you hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is amiss? I don't hear anything. Heha, 'tis well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Royale has escaped. It happened shortly after the immortal flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the Ivy. She would have help. Citizens report seeing Royale quitting the city via the Gate of Nald, with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castrum Meridianum. Meridianum. I'm certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her Imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilbert and the First are hot upon Royale's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Blue Frog and join the hunt. Later, Tataru. You guys got a mender around? A repair person? Oh, you know what? Let me get rid of this real quick. My thanks for coming, Scion. I have spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Royale walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through. You did not mishear. We have Roban's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her, and so here we are. Royale must not be allowed to reach Castrum Meridianum. Okay. I guess we're off. I was gonna say, like, usually I'm able to see a lot more here, but there's fog. What's this? Oh, Praetorium. I forgot that was even here. Was that really necessary? I had better be compensated for the additional exertion you caused me. Sure. Let's do it. I'm down for an instance solo. Excuse me? I thought we were soloing this. What do you mean? waiting for opening. For like solo duties that require you to be at a certain level in the MSQ, like this. You also kind of see it with your class quests, but not that menu. This wretch was with Royal. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own, the god's damn harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. I was gonna simulate spit, but I don't know how to do that and fake it. I guess patooey? What are you up to, lady? What is this about? Alright. Alright. Oh, and there's reinforcements too. Oh, I gotta kill you. I think that the traitor, she has no health left. I guess we gotta kill everyone else first. Jesus. Yeah, she had. There has to be a triggering of something else happening here. Okay, that was chaotic, but we got him. Yes, pen. Bind her and do it tight. Yes, sir. Good work, men. She and her imperial cronies pushed us close, but we're better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me that you've fallen so low. Snort. What would you know of low? You, a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it your God's given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight, the injustice that we low-born Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine if fools imagine me a paragon when I joined the flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Reborn himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth, with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt, and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? 'Tis true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth, and 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Ul'dah to face justice, and the people whose trust you've dragged through the gutter. Yeah? Deserved. I joined the Crystal Braves that I might strike a blow against the Empire. Those who cast their lot with Garlemald should expect no better treatment. Not so much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that this sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we've chosen our own allies more wisely than Reborn chose his. Well,
I have heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Reborn. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace.
this guy again.
Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
I don't remember if I have this glamour yet, so I'll check later. This, however, I do remember buying. Now I regret buying it at all, but I think I used special currency. Captain Ilber and I have few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Reborn, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. But I have one last task for you. Of course you do. Return to the Rising Stones and appraise Minfilia of all that has happened. I'm aware that the antecedent held Royale in high regard. For better or worse, she will want to know how this tale ends. Alright.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say.
How is that pronounced Ryu? Whatever.
Together with Reborn, Aline lent us much needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with White Auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to Auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Hydaelyn did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white orosite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
Twould seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the orosite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands.
Why?
Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement. But I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Oh, there's more. Oh, back here again. Great.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the media project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zosgalvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monetarist scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! One day I will purge this land of your sickness! Before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
Sometimes you just have to let it out. Those are nice plushies.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the syndicate?
I had no idea they were together. I thought she was by herself.
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Uldah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here.
And some of that food looks good.
When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Reborn to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people.
I see. So she's just gonna step down as ruler. Like, I don't know. I feel like there would have to be processes to elect of the people over to like a type of leadership role. I don't know. If she's gonna step down, it's gonna be a vacuum.
Reborn, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Dreams of Ice. Icebreaker. What am I now? What was that of? Of the silver lining. Oh, that was also part of the Icebreaker. I like that one.